What's the general dummy operation? well. Oh, dog. Well, hand me that guitar. Hand me that guitar, dog. Let's get this show on the road. Here's one you'll know.
Hey everyone, it's really nice to see you. It's me, Skymaster Demi. Happy Monday to all of you. Hope you're doing well. Normally this would be a Mega Monday, but I really want to beat Ace Attorney Investigations 2 and start working on videos for it, because gosh, I've been so lazy with DS content. Hope you guys are all doing really well. Hope the start of your week is excellent and just peachy. Nice to see all of you. Kwanzo, Giratina, Kits, Cowbell. I hope and Sid and everyone else. Yes, but let's go ahead and get on it. I have so many questions about this game that I'm really digging. I'm so glad I've managed to avoid all of, well, maybe not spoilers, but I managed to avoid, you know, plot details from this game. So I'm really happy to play it as blind as possible. Yeah, we got Hobo Demi. It's very hot. I don't know how long this is going to last tonight, but, you know, we'll do our best. We will certainly do our best. All right, I guess let's just go ahead and start the game. Ooh, we see the dog in the background. New items unlocked. Oh, contains spoilers. Yeah, I'll wait on that. I'll wait on that. I just live in a garage. I do live in a garage. Hobo Demi. Doing my best. Doing my best every day. Okay. I guess loading is better than continue, right? Okay, so I thought that this person was Larry Butts when I first looked at her. I realize now that that was a silly thought, but I'm curious who this is. Eek! I told you! She's, I guess the... Why is this man so flustered? Probably because you're being you, but I guess that's just how you are. Thanks for clearing up absolutely nothing. Hey, Mr. Suspect, you doing okay in there? Is this a guy? Just want to have a little chat, no biggie, right? Who are you? I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick. It's just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job. Funny, I don't recall ever employing you. And that's Mr. Edgeworth. He is a prosecutor, but he's not gonna stare a hole in your soul or anything. Yo, what's up, Zeta? Oh, it is a guy. Okay. The weather's been nice. 50s in the morning. Wow. California's awful right now. Eek! Anyway, can you first please tell us your name? This is so funny because we're a prosecutor. Simeon Saint. So, it's so funny. Being a prosecutor, like, you know, you would think that victims would be maybe a little sussed out by you. This is like such a... It's similar to like when Phoenix or Apollo meet with people in a detention center, but it's like a little different too. You can call me Kay. Everyone else does. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. I would like to ask you a few questions. We're trying to help you, I promise. Man, I can't believe how nice the weather's been in Texas. I thought it was always hot in Texas. It is so hot here. It's really bad. Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself. Who, me? But why would anyone want to know anything about me? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm nobody. Do you have a job? Oh, well, it's not. It's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate pencil pusher, just like everybody else, honest. This is gonna take a while. About you and Mr. Knight. And just when I thought we were making progress. Okay. So, Simeon, did you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you can tell me. Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. We were friends. Interesting. I wonder if he knew that Knight had been arrested. And, did you know Mr. Knight had been arrested? Yeah, I even came to visit him. You came to see Knight? I wonder when that would have been. And when was that, Simeon? It was the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops. The police called him. Why? How come the police called you? I like that Kay is either reading Edgeworth's mind, or this is a really cute, like, good cop, bad cop they're doing together. I love it. Bronco needed a favor. He wanted me to bring him his chess set, the pocket-sized one. So I went by his place, and then I came here. A chess set. A chess set? Is it just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts? There you go. Exactly right. You do know everything you think is written all over your face, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, I'm not a mind reader, just an expression reader. Amazing, right? Don't you just love having a psychic as helpful as me? Huh. And have you read what my next move is going to be? I sure have. There's something you want to show Simeon. Indeed. Let's present it. So this chess set... Oh, that's the one I brought for Bronco. Well, that settles that at least. Brought to him at his request by Saint. We, found it next to Mr. Knight. He always had to have a chessboard somewhere nearby. What kind of voice do you guys think this guy has? I'm not surprised he had it with him when he... Simeon, you and Mr. Knight, you were very close, weren't you? Yeah, we were best friends, at least I thought we were. But I guess I was wrong about that. What do you mean? If I knew him so well, why was it a shock for me to find out he killed someone? It's not easy discovering someone you're close to has committed a terrible crime. It's a very bitter pill to swallow indeed. Is he talking about Phoenix? Is he talking about Phoenix, maybe? Losing his badge? How could it all end like this? I never have imagined something so awful. Something's not right here, Mr. Edgeworth. There's just no way Simeon murdered Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't seem to have an obvious motive. Then again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason either. I wonder what grounds they had for doing so. Why were you arrested, Mr. Saint? I just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know. Honestly, I don't. Whoa, he answered you, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess he's not scared of you anymore. Thank goodness for small miracles. The cops burst into my house this morning out of nowhere. And before I knew it, I was here. These policemen. Was there a prosecutor with them? Yes, some kid named a Winner or something. The rookie, I thought as much. So, did they interrogate you? Well, I'm gonna be interrogated? By the cops? Well, yeah, I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now. No. Well, the detectives shout at me and threaten me and all. There are always these hulking guys, right? Who get in your face and force you to... Detective Dip Gumshoe reporting for duty. Eek! See, I told you. Please don't hurt me. Please don't crush me with those huge arms. Please, I'm calling the cops. What's up with this guy, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, nothing, detective. You're just being you. I guess it's just how you are. I don't get it, sir. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, Simeon is clearly innocent. So there's gotta be something we can do for him, isn't there? Mr. Saint. Yes? You were Mr. Knight's friend, and 2 days ago you came to visit him. You had nothing at all to do with his murder, is my understanding correct? Yes, I didn't kill anybody. Very well, then I will choose to believe you, and I will do all that I can to assist you. Huh? But why would you help a nobody like me? Let's just say that I may not be doing it solely for your sake. I have something of a personal interest in this case. That's right, it's payback time. We'll show those two whose investigation reigns supreme. I love Gumshoe too, kids. Hey there, Jack, nice to see you. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Unfortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct said investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited, and I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I have at hand. Which means you, Mr. Saint, your information will be invaluable. In other words, let's see if we can't help one another out, shall we? Oh, I just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow an attorney's badge? Then you could represent our pal here. Now's not the time for jokes, Gummy. I mean, Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. He couldn't defend anyone if his life depended. Okay, I really hope they reference him in Ace Attorney 3. But I wasn't kidding. I just thought helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know? Sure, but we can do that too. The only thing that matters is that we find the real culprit in the end. So come on, let's get to work. Yes, ma'am. They're great, Jack. If you've never played them, I really enjoy them. I'm sure you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but to treat you like any other suspect. Eek! But you needn't worry. I believe you, or at least I've decided to try, for now. Just hold tight and try to believe in us in return. If nothing else, it might help you to feel a little less alone. Now if you'll excuse me. So interesting. Your life, your choice. So talking about prisoners here. We can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime. Maybe defending the guy in court's our best bet after all. Gummy can't defend for his life, remember? Well, who do we have here? Oh. If it isn't Edgeworth and the gang! What are you cats doing here? Listen, pal, if you come to harass Mr. Edgeworth again, I'll... Hey, easy there, Detective Flatfoot Sholmes. I'm here to work. Work? What, you're here to defend somebody? Whoa! The K-Meister nails it in one. Aren't you just the uber intelligent of one of the bunch? Uber intelligentus. That's not how you use either of those words, Fender. Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue about town, but I'm actually not a half-bad attorney. Which is why I've been summoned to the old jailer Rooney for a meeting with a new client. The suspect is one Samony Sainsbury. You mean Simeon Saints? Wow, that's freaky! You know more about my job than I do. Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender's a defense attorney. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I fear I might be. In fact, it could be our only option. Are they going to work with a defense attorney? I love this. Not long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case that wasn't mine. I managed to worm my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate. Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I may have very little choice. Fender, I, and I said... Before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fine print. Eddie Fender doesn't take on associates. Say it ain't so! I hear you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are a no-go. Poker Joe, nice to see you. Especially those of the Von Karma variety. Should have known he wouldn't forgive me that easily. Okay, so he's actually anti-Von Karma. I thought maybe he was gonna report to Von Karma? Huh. I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. What's more, I understand how you feel about all things Von Karma. But please, believe me when I say, I'm not the man I was back then. I'm no longer under my old mentor's spell. You better believe it, pal. Mr. Edgeworth's a changed man. Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor. But he's not like that anymore. I do have feelings, detective. Gummy's right. Mr. Edgeworth's one of the good guys now. He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero. He just got me off the hook last month. You don't say. Well, that escalated quickly. But he was. There was no other word for it. He was heroic. Great thiefly, even. Please, Fender. Don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? There's more to this case than meets the eye, I'm certain of it. I just can't walk away from this. I can't. Please, allow me to help you with this investigation. Hey, Beto Sober! Nice to meet you. Here, let's go full screen for a second. Hello, nice to meet you guys. Are you guys Ace Attorney fans as well? I've just started playing the new game. Danny, I have not played Investigation 2 before. I was always one of those suckers who was holding out hope for the localization to happen, and I can't believe it, you know, after what, like almost 20 years, we finally got there. Amazing. So yeah, this is brand new to me. Please do not spoil anything. I'm very, very serious about that. Please do not. I'm very into the story right now. Even though it's only case 2, it's been basically non-stop action. Yeah, I'm doing really well. Nice to meet you guys. What are you guys up to? What do you guys like to play? Can we get a shout out for Beto Sober? And let's go back to it. Because I'm real into it, y'all. I like this. Working together. Ooh, Bayonetta. Sheesh. A bow from the great Miles Edgeworth. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So enlighten me if you will. What made the leopard change his spots? Well, I suppose I would have to say the courtroom itself. I've experienced so many things and met so many people there within its 4 walls, including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could that not change a person? Well, I'll be. The old you would never have bared a soul like that. That was beautiful. It might even surprise you-know-who. And you know how much that takes. Tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start here with a clean slate. Yeah, you're welcome, Peter. You've only finished the first one. The first one's great. I mean, I love the entire series. My background right now is basically all of, Edgeworth and Company Law Offices. Eddie Fender, senior partner. Edgeworth. That's right. Mr. Fender here began his legal career as an assistant to my late father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? Your dad was a defense attorney? So, the you-know-who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is... The clever K-Meister nails it in one yet again. That's what I was talking about, his old man. Is his old man still alive? Guess you all noticed I kept his name over the door, so to speak. Least I could do for the old Greg. Okay, so I guess not. Maybe he's talking about him in his grave. Listen, Edgeworth. Miles. I'm gonna level with you here. I don't trust you. Not fully, anyway. Can't just forget about all those years you spent licking Von Karma's boots, you know? Anyone can say they've changed. I'm gonna need you to prove it. And besides, you know it's what Gregor would have wanted. Alright, he is dead. Very well, I accept. Okay, then that's enough hardball for one day. Let's move on to the fun stuff. They're a really great beat up. You definitely have to check them out. If you enjoyed the first one, the other ones are just as good, if not better. Hereby appoint you interim associate. Congrats, man. I will try not to let you down. Well, doesn't this bring a tear to the eye? The prodigal son coming on board his late father's firm. Permission to come on board too, please, Mr. Fender. You don't have to ask, kiddo. Welcome to the crew. Woohoo! Thanks, Captain. Alright, guess it's time to go to work. So where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles? Where we were so rudely interrupted. Prison. We were in the prison. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. Vito, what other games do you like to play? I believe we need to speak with the person who found the body. Just what I was thinking, eager associate. We do indeed. Heh. Still the type to smile and nod, I see. That will certainly make my life easier, boss. Now that that's decided, let's get going. What about me? I like that Edgeworth is so conniving there too. Like, I'm sure in a way he wants to be on his good graces, but also he's just down. He's just down to be, I don't know, he's down to do whatever it takes to get. Like, that's literally him. He's humbling himself, a man of such pride. He's humbling himself just so that he can actually solve this case. I love it. I'm a detective, can't hop on board as an attorney's assistant. He has a point. I can't leave him adrift all on his own, now can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winner. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You are in a uniquely powerful position, detective, and I'm going to need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir. I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the defense. Just this once, those loose lips of yours might be truly what saves our ship. Oh, that's so funny. Throw wide the prison gates, good sirs, because here we come. Thank you, Cowbell. Oh. Fender's a pretty cool dude. So any ideas how we track down whoever found the Bronxter's body, Miles? I think our best bet would be to simply ask around. Oh, don't you dare. Who is this? Who? Literally. Who is this? Excuse me. Oh my, just look at you. Are you talking to me? Just fabulously chic, darling. Fabulously. Facial hair is so very au courant, don't you think? Hey there, Chad. Enchanté, mademoiselle, and much obliged. Defense attorney Eddie Fender at your service. Chad, nice to see you, dude. How are you, man? Happy Monday. Little, embrassure, perhaps. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Are they hugging each other? Oh! What? Right on the kisser! Well, how else does one greet a new friend? A little smooch is entirely de rigueur, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss. Indeed, an act so shameless, it puts even great thieves to shame. Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much. You came back at the wrong time. This is the craziest jail ever. We got animals running around. I can be hip to that too, sure. Fifi Lagarde, what warden of this charming abode? Her coat is alive, Hope, you're right. First of all, Hope, nice to see you. Second of all, you're right. She is literally wearing this animal. You may call me Fifi. So she's the warden of the entire detention center. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lagarde. I'm an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? Oh, don't be sealing, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day. Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. It was simply spectacular, featuring some talented animals. Is this the Barry Circus? This is the same music. Anyone who was there had to be there. If you were at home, you were watching the show with me. Chad, I know you were in SoCal too, man. The heat wave was brutal, and I still got my beanie on somehow. A special stage. She was at the circus performance for inmates. Mr. Carcerado mentioned a show yesterday. He must have been talking about the same thing. What time did the show take place? From around 8 until 10, maybe. Yeah, something like that. Meaning it finished right around the time when the body was discovered. By the way, Chad and everyone else, she has a reasonably solid alibi. Oh gosh, I don't know if I want to tell you this, but I have a really funny Battle Network 3 thing planned for our in-person meetup next month. Feel free to explore our home. Mi casa su casa. Ciao for now. Is there a little pony? Well, what now, Mr. Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed, and that scream was heard by one inmate. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate and see where his info will take us. You're sure some will break for you. I freaking hope so. I want it to be fall already. They even have ponies. This one's big enough to carry a small child. Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo. Even if it's the humans who live in captivity. Sid, you can bring someone if you want. If by home you mean behind bars, then no, I suppose not. Okay, if you guys have any... Okay, if you have any ideas about BN3, it's a famous moment from BN3. That's what I'm trying to... I don't know if I want to spill the beans just yet. Should be in one of the workshops, I guess. Usually at this hour. And it seems the workshops are our next port of call. It's a mini pig. Though not for eating, I hope. Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo. No, not Iceball Emma, though that's a funny thought, Retro. They wouldn't mind if I took one home with me, would they? If by home you mean behind bars, then no. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it's a Monkey Mountain. This is the craziest zoo of all time. Straight up, we got a Monkey Mountain. Doesn't it look like fun? Not in the least, and while we're on the subject. You are not under any circumstances to climb on the structure. Do I make myself clear? But I have to show that monkey who's boss. Please, Kay, you really don't. Why is there a rabbit just... I nearly tripped over it. Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? No, not my my Woodman cosplay. Oh my gosh, just think about that. The idea of a Woodman cosplay. I guess maybe we should talk to Fender. He keeps saying he's gonna have to talk to you-know-who, but I guess, yeah, he means talking to him in his grave? Right on the kisser. She seems to have given you quite a shock. Why is that? I thought you were a man of the world. Yeah, well, I'm all for saying hi with a hug, but going straight for the kiss? Cool your boots, am I right? Woo me a little before puckering up, that's all I ask. Wow, I never would have pegged you as the shy type. That's not the issue here, I think, Kay. Whoops. That'd be a sick cosplay. I don't know about that. It would be an ugly cosplay. Does that front of yours turn upside down? An assistant with a permanent scowl on his face is bad for business, you know? I don't see any reason why an associate attorney needs to smile. And that's how I know you never worked in a private practice. It's all about building trust, man. You gotta create rapport with your clients. A smile here, a wink there. Hug to break the ice, and a card to show you're legit. Otherwise, they'll never open up. Yes, well, teach their own, Fender. I'll give it to you straight. Running the biz was tough going at first. I mean, Gregory Edgeworth, man. Some pretty big shoes to fill. I see. And what kind of cases does the firm take on? I'd be better asking what we don't. We do murders, parking fines, the whole 9 yards. Our basic principle is this. Everyone deserves a defense. So you've never refused a request? Well, let's just say I have certain preferences in the clients I work with. Didn't you just say that everyone deserves a defense? Yeah, I'm just messing with you, little sis. Of course we treat all our clients the same. I mean, Gregory's name is still above the door. I've got to live up to his ideals, you know? That means always doing my best for everyone. Edgeworth & Co., the firm my father built, huh? Boy, I want to know more about Edgeworth's thoughts. Even the most ridiculous request, just like Phoenix. You shouldn't have. I was on a rock one of these, palm my lapel. Thanks, you're a star. Never said I was giving it to you. And this yanking a chain. Already got a badge of my own, see? You don't wear your attorney's badge. Once in a blue moon, goes nice in my winter coat as it happens. Guy's got a dress to impress, you know what I mean? I can see the crime scene through the window. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just shove your whole face in front of that. You gotta do it more sneaky-like. Steal a few good looks while keeping out for your enemies. I'm not a criminal case, so why should I have to behave like one? Yeesh, I was just trying to teach you my special sneak peek technique. Whoops. Give a moment. We have a few questions for you. Oh, who's a good girl? You are. You're just perfect. She's beautiful. He's finally noticed me, I think. What's her name? Waggy, ma'am. She's my little friend. Yes, right. As you were, then. But I need her answers, not clawful puns. Wait, is that the same parrot? Is that the parrot from Ace Attorney 1? No one here. They took him to solitary. It may be a while. I get the feeling he was in pretty serious trouble. He really didn't want to go. That'll literally drag him away. But I am serious though, kid. If you have any friends in Arizona, they are very welcome. Right? Doesn't that look like the same parrot from Ace Attorney 1? Polly. I was only kidding. Okay, I'm not really sure what else to investigate. Hello? Anybody in there? Nice try, kiddo, but this is in the bathroom stall. Yo, you in there. Could you help us out here, my good man? Is somebody using this workshop right now? Fender's so cool. You're right, Yanni Yogi. Maybe Yanni has got his little parrot with him. I'll go fetch him right now. Won't take a sec. This one's all yours, Mousy boy. What? Why? Let's just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah? Huh. And I thought adults were all supposed to be strong and brave. Heh, well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now, so let's call it even. Here they come. Kirito, my day was nice. Thanks for asking. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! From case 1! What? Yo! And Edgeworth doesn't know him because he wasn't the prosecutor in that case. Wow! Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he? Right, it's like, what's his name? Saw it? Like, it's something I saw it? A prosecutor, you say? Eddie Fender, attorney at law. What happened to being too scared to handle this? Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. Prosecutor indeed, that'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will you? Ugh, he's right. Mustn't forget I'm a defense attorney's assistant for the time being. That explains it. I did think he looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday. So he's already spoken a winner. Would you mind answering a few questions? No, of course. I'd be delighted. The name saw it. Frank saw it. Yep, Frank saw it. The witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure, have the intern do everything. Why not? Mr. Sott, you're no doubt aware that a murder took place yesterday. Yeah, you nailed it, Kwanzaa. Yes, I was in that workshop there, working as one might expect. What kind of work were you doing? Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. Going to be a stylist, see? A pet stylist, that is. Yes, so I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can. An unusual field of study befitting an unusual prison, I suppose. And that's it! I certainly didn't see anything. Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets. Just like case 1. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you, sorry.
Hold it!
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Sod, for this interview has only just begun. I mean, even if you were to ask me, you know something, don't you? It's a time for some logic chess. He's definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder. Let's go. Analyze the situation. I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid. Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. Hard to tell much from his face. Cito! Yeah, we are making some brain blasts. Cito, do that survey. I should link that survey. Actually, Kwanzaa, you should do it too. Let me, give me a second real quick. Not that it's like super crucial, but it does help me with some planning. I basically just, had a special spot on the Discord for, the Camp Demi attendees. No, different. Although I should actually do a new survey. I should make a new link for that. Alright. I'll have to rely solely. Oh, to celebrate the series anniversary. Alright, time to make my first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has a tell. Tell me, what's your connection? Which incident? The murder? Oh, well, it has nothing at all to do with me. Nothing. Really? It's not a Discord, Shagaraz. It's just a channel in it. I wouldn't dream of getting involved. You should take the survey too. I will. You see, how can I put this? Well, I like to think of myself as an upstanding citizen, a good person, if you will. Forgive me, Mr. Sod, but under normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison. So you bet you do well to tell me what you know about the incident. How many times do I have to tell you people? I mean, I don't know anything, I swear. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Sod, that I have you exactly where I want you. Really, it seems to me you're just wasting my time. Should have picked my words more wisely. Mr. Sod may be good at hiding his emotions, but he also has a tell. Alright. I want the wood to be thrown too. Sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you. My apologies, Mr. Sod. But considering that the incident occurred right in the prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all. Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can see how it might seem unlikely, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll have to look elsewhere. Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you know something you're not telling me after all? No, I sense that you might be looking for her, that's all. I'm simply a pet stylist in training, I don't know anything truly. There's no doubt about it now, this man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday. My opponent is very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for long. Let's smash that mask and see what lurks behind that phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right? Well, the day of the incident, oh gosh, I mean, so much happened. What was it like here in the prison yesterday morning? I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid. I don't have a clue as to how to push the connection forward. I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Sod, in detail. I told you, I'm a pet stylist in training. And that's what I was doing yesterday, training. Specifically, I was giving the animals a trim. You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident. I would imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here. Well, commotion, you say? No, not really. Maybe I heard someone, but, You heard someone. Was this someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. Cito, and you can come any of the days. You don't have to stay the night if you don't want to. I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it. You know, totally up to you how much you want to be involved. But it'd be great to have you as much as possible. No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but, I don't really remember. The fact that he heard a scream at the time may prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. Wow. Cito, Chagras with the mod abuse. I really don't remember. I know the mess memory. You don't remember, please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream. Oh, but I might have been mistaken. The truth is, I really don't remember. Your memory fails you yet again. How convenient, but I know you're lying, Mr. Sod. How dare you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Sod. Uh-oh. Okay, I have to wait for his tell still. Look, if you must know, when I'm working with the animals and I get into the zone, they're all I see. Am I to understand you have something about talent for animal grooming? Well, my scissor technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me. I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared. Scared? And when exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often. Well, that's... no, thankfully it doesn't. A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? What is it you're hiding, Mr. Sot? Tell me. Ah! I can assure you I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit, I really did hear somebody scream. But I'm not hiding anything, I promise. The mask is finally beginning to crack. Now to shatter it completely by asking about the scream itself. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Sod. That hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. When did you hear the scream? Oh wait, now I remember. I forgot about it now. They put on a show for us prisoners. Yes, performing animals if I remember correctly. That's where I was in the morning. So now you wish to claim you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show? You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far. Cito. The animal show really had to be seen to be believed. It did, didn't it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see? Let me think. A whale? Enough of your lies. Yep, a whale's crazy. Ah! Well, I seem to remember being there, but, maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. It's clear Mr. Sod wasn't at the show. This feels like a vital clue. Who did you hear screaming? Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. When the incident happened, I was out in the yard, yes. So I didn't hear anyone screaming, no one at all. How long are you planning to keep up these lies? I already know that you weren't at the show. Ah! The game's up, Mr. Sod. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about the scream now. I can't tell you what I don't know. I didn't hear any scream, not from the person who found the body. How curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then, why do you think it came from the person who found the body? Oh, I made a mistake, that's all. How, Mr. Sot? Did you know that it was... How did you know it was the person who found the body who screamed? It's some, Shall I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you! Yeah! How did you... Oh! It's true, I admit it. But what gives you the right to treat people like this? Checkmate. Well, Sid, don't you worry. There'll be pizza on Friday, but there'll be other food too. Now that you've established that you were the one who found the body, I believe you have lost any standing you may have had to withhold your cooperation. Alright, you win. But I won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time. That's right. Look at Shagraz, let me tell you. Every decision I make is to ensure that end. Except, that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it?
Okay, take my bits, I'm sorry.
I forgot we had text-to-speech. What do you mean? Look at that, what an actual... That's how you do it. That's how you do it. We're trying to save Simeon. That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant. Huh. What the K-Meister said. You know, listen to the kid more, you know. A client has requested the services of Edgeworth & Co. Shagraz, by the way, Shagraz and Cito, doesn't this guy look like Phil Manser? Isn't that, like, really shocking how much they look alike? Your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So you think Mr. Saint's well-being has taken a backseat to some quest for the truth? Well, let's just say I don't like to fire people, so I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah? This will take some getting used to. In any case, the importance of the man's testimony remains unchanged. That's funny, Cito. Therefore, Mr. Sod, I'm asking once more, what happened when you found the body? I was in that workshop there myself, practicing what I'd learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through that little window. And then I saw him lying there, a man not moving, dead. I quailed and frightened and found myself screaming in sheer terror. Hey, Imaska's here! Is that right? Did I totally miss him? Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, but yes, this is very true. Thank you, Cito, for saying that. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found. Yes, that's right, I was in Workshop B. And you were there the whole day. Yes, from the 7 a.m. roll call onwards. This seems important. 3 roll calls a day. 7 a.m., noon, and 9. And they check who's in charge of the workshops. Had to be before 7 a.m. Guess that means the murder took place. Which puts it right around the time the show is happening. Ah, yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it. And therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Saw? I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear. There's a clear contradiction in Mr. Sod's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority. Hey, Moscow, we can help a little bit. Like, certainly Monday would be easy. I don't remember how I found myself. I was in that workshop there practicing what I learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door.
Hold it!
You found yourself there, really? That's right. And then I found myself peeking through. Why did you think to do that? Gosh, I don't know. I just found myself doing it, really. You clearly weren't concentrating on your work then. No, that's not true. I'm a model prisoner. It's just all the other prisoners had gone to watch the show. I guess I was, well, kind of lonely. Like being stuck at school after everybody else has gone home, huh? Yes, exactly like that. Anyway, I found myself in front of the door. Hey, Senator, nice to see you. Yeah, Yamuska, we can help. We can definitely help.
Hold it!
Does that mean you didn't get a good look inside? No, I couldn't. The window was only small, but it also had bars over it. Not exactly a panoramic view. They're just so the guards can check what's going on, right? That's right, yes. You're a very knowledgeable young lady. You bet. I guess you could say I know a little something about prisons now, too. I'll have to remind myself to address this newfound interest later. Peeked in through the little window. And then I saw him lying there. Oh, hold up. A man not moving dead. Here, let's press it a little harder. Could you tell me right away if it was a man or a woman? It was clearly a man. His physique, his clothes. It was all very clear that he was dead. You could tell just by peeking through the little window. Look, let's just say this wasn't my first dead body. What? You mean you're in a prison for... To my eternal shame, yes. That was, however, the first time I had seen another person's handiwork up close, so... I quailed in fright and found myself screaming. He presents himself as an innocent bystander, but nothing could be further from the truth. Contradiction is as clear as day. Practicing by himself. Let's take a look at our evidence. He was in prison. He was in Workshop B. Oh yeah, Workshop B can't see Workshop A, although I guess he said he was in front of it. He found himself in front of the doors of the other workshop. I happened to peek through a little window. Don't remember how, but he found himself in front of the door. A man not moving, lying there dead. Prisoners are not allowed to move about freely. They open the doors if the animal is detected. Okay, hold up. Prisoners are not allowed to move there freely.
Objection!
There we go. Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Sod. I'm afraid you've rather lost sight of what you are. What I am? I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's trained to be a pet stylist.
Hold it!
But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist? A bracelet that marks you as a prisoner, and therefore unable to move around as you please. As we both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded an alarm. Oh, that's... But there's no way you could have looked into the other workshop without leaving the room you were in. Gah! Woo-wee! Stylishly done, Edgeworth. But doesn't this mean Mr. Sod couldn't have found the body then? Good question, Kay. Perhaps Mr. Sod himself can explain. I am him. So actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. I can explain exactly how I was able to see the body if you like. By all means, go ahead. There's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. So he's saying he was able to take a look next door because he had kept his arm inside Workshop B. But why would he have done it? He would have heard a sound, right? Is this it? Is that all he was hiding? There had to be a reason he looked in there, because that's a very strange thing to do. So let's press a little further and see if we can get something there. Little trick we prisoners know about. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop.
Hold it!
Why did you make so much of an effort just to take a look? Exactly, Edgeworth. Well, you see, I heard noises. And that room was supposed to be empty, so I thought it was strange. And you went to look as soon as you heard the noises. Yes, of course, I had to see what was going on, so I went right away. I see. You claim that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there too. That's... You got him quaking his boots, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Saw It, tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent. But it will do little to dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime. I'm sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I may have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should mention it. Just tell us what you saw. All right. It was that dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth. What did you say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. Oh, suddenly I don't feel so good. Jeepers creepers, that's awful. Talk about traumatizing. It was dreadful, horrible. Now you know why I couldn't help but scream. So there's a man-eating dog in the prison animal population, is there? Yes, blaming the dog. That really is everything I promise. You believe me, don't you? For now. This one seems too far-fetched to lie, even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony. Very well. I spotted the victim's dead body. I also saw that black dog, his mouth clamped tight. Stab wound.
Objection!
Wait, that didn't work? Contradiction? Really? I'm afraid I don't quite follow. You're not just saying the first thing that pops in your head, are you? Okay, that is true, though.
Hold it!
He didn't die from fangs, though. There was blood everywhere. The beast's mouth was dripping with it. Spare us the gory details, would you? Don't say it. You really need to ask him that, Mr. Edgeworth. Ow, okay, what was that punch for? I'm on your side here. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. There was so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger, just lifeless. Eek, enough already. Why do you gotta go in every little detail like that? To give you a nice and accurate testimony, that is what you want, isn't it? Shall I add what I've said? Please do. Not even the twitch of a finger. Remember seeing his ring? The ring was covered.
Objection!
I love his objection voice. A ring with a snowflake relief. Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail. Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate. And what's wrong with being too accurate? Thank you, kids. I mean this. You testified to having seen a ring with a snowflake design on it. And while the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger, there was no way you could have seen it. Take a closer look at this photograph. As you can see, it was covered by a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see his ring. Unless, that is, you approached his body and removed the sheets. You told us earlier you only took a look through the window. Yet you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Sod. Who the heck do you think you are, huh, Mr. Big Shot, acting like you know it all? I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear. I mean, the man's arm, it must have moved under the tarp after I peeked.
Objection!
Seeing someone who wasn't supposed to, you're right, Kits, yes. Right, with the thinker statue? He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Dead men don't move, do they? Ooh-wee, is that the stench of Udu desperation, Esmo? What are you hiding, Mr. Sod? Tell us. Ugh. No, You're wrong, I know what I saw. Yes, Cowbell. Our friend Strix has been playing. I think she's almost done with the game, actually. Ugh. Repeat is great. Cedo knows. Yay! You couldn't let go, could you? Had to keep poking and prodding. You slimy two-bit associate attorney. Seems the real Mr. Sod's finally revealed himself. Whoa, that's quite the rug he was rocking. Cedo definitely knows Vesperia. Hey, Mega Mage, nice to see you. Look, I'm just a sweet innocent witness here. But are you really? Because I must say, I have doubts. Very serious doubts. What's that supposed to mean? Mega Mage, I hope you're feeling better too. You saw something that should have been impossible to see from outside the workshop. So how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Sod, this is where you were standing when you saw the body.
Take that!
You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the ring. Ha ha ha. Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over. Minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed out a pair of rubber gloves? Now put up or shut up. I want to see evidence that proves I was in the room.
Take that!
He just mentioned those gloves. Remind me, Mr. Sod, what were you doing when you discovered the body? 100 times I was practicing my pet style and techniques. Of course, then perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you. That's... This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron. No, this one's different.
Hold it!
Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it? It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them all over the prison. Doesn't prove anything. Not yet, perhaps, but if I were to ask the police, I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating. No. Does the glove fit? He's just gotta quit.
Objection!
What the? Oh, it was Fender. That was a pretty rad objection, am I right? That was a rad objection. Please, Fender. Now is not the time for tomfoolery. But I have a legit objection. Because this isn't over. There's something that still doesn't make sense. Our man here's a prisoner, right? And he's got one of those bracelets doohickeys on. That's true, so how could he have left his workshop? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he tried. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Well, anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here. That's weird, he should be clinging on. He should be climbing on. Whoops, a typo. In what way? As in, it's the best hope our wig-flinging friend here asks for getting off the hook for murder. Sorry, can't get in the crime scene with a bracelet on. If it were me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet, he hasn't had a peep about it. Wonder why that might be, The sound of silence. I suppose Miss Law Priestess did preach that silence is golden yesterday, too. Whoa! You sound like an actual attorney there for a second, Mr. Fender. The worst of times when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Gregory taught me that. It was part of the attorney's code he lived by. Wait, that actually sounds just like Mia Fey. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet? Yo, Lego! That's right, we got a docket point for sure, Cabo. And it, Mega Mage, actually, I be honest with you, I completely forgot about the 1,000-year door. That completely slipped my mind. So we do have to play Super Paper Mario at some point. Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. Lego, that's actually more fitting for this case than you might think. We are in a zoo that is full of animals. I'm sorry, a prison full of animals. I hit on the floor and it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. I should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. I see, so your bracelet is broken. But do they really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. Yeah, I meant this is a prison full of animals, but you're right. Yes. You there, could we have a moment? Aw, aren't you just the cutest? Ahem! Meow, how can I help you, sir? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What, really? That's not very good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Of course, sir. I trust I'll take good care of it. Sweet. Bracelet sorted. Now to turn our murderer in, yeah? What? No, I didn't kill anybody. Whoa there, Palio. You were the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Or were there other inmates freely roaming the halls while everyone else was busy watching the show? No, I found the body. That's all, I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went in for the workshop after the beast had left. I'm with you, Lego Log. He looks pretty cool. And he's related to our main character's dad, which is, well, not related by blood, but it's an interesting thing going on here. Oh, fine. I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? He was gonna rob the corpse? That explains why he remembers Knight's ring in so much detail. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I'd never stoop so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after I'd entered the room and after all the inmates came trickling downstairs. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. And dropped the glove in your haste, huh? I guess this just about all hangs together. Anything smell funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Sod is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prison proper from his holding cell. That's true, I forgot about that. Ooh, yeah, that one's a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Sod's testimony. That dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Mr. Sod. Yes, what is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no, there was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person couldn't have watched the show even if he wanted to? Yes, how did you... I knew it. I had my suspicions when we first ran into that black dog yesterday. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable, but... Where is this person's cell? You're gonna see him? Who are we talking about here? Him. He's not like other prisoners, you know. He's special, gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I'll say is, if you value your life, you'll stay well away from him. What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time? The big cheese, eh? Maximum security. Alright, quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already. Let's just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. And that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much. Is it the killer? Well, Miles, anything you gotta share? You're gonna leave Kay and I here in the dark, too. Mystery man in maximum security is an old acquaintance. Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there too. Whoops. I'm so intrigued. An old acquaintance. Who is this? Who is in maximum security? Wow, it's pitch dark in there. I can't see a thing. But didn't you say that the Tagarasu takes flight even in the dead of night or something? Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares take flight, when alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I'm the great thief, Tagarasu. Whoa, you're one powerful performer. Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven. Eek! Whoa. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. That voice, I knew it. It has been far too long. You remember me? I could hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away. Mr. Edgeworth, are you talking to that dog? Or is there someone else in there? Still can't see a dang thing. Oh, but I am forgetting myself. Forgive me, I do not often receive visitors. One moment, I will turn on the lights. You are a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you all? Who is this? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharma Kanis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances. Canis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I to guess why you have come to see me? You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. Yeah, Cowbell. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat. Wait, this says boss! His criminal shirt says boss! Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is a gentle soul. He has my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think you would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, yes it is. You're a good boy, aren't you? Helmut is more than a seeing eye dog, and he's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade. This witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I assume. Sod is anything but trustworthy, and he's still very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. No, then. I thought as much. Yes, I did, Helmut, yes. What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday, Mr. Canis? During the show, you mean? I was here, ensconced in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see, an obsession even. I was engrossed in it all morning. And you have permission to engage in such a hobby? I can't believe someone would actually let you. The warden and I have an understanding. An understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. They're nothing but lethal weapons in his hands. I was carving Buddhist peace at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to wane. That is an awful evil, yes. Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces such as these. A 3-headed Cerberus. You play too, do you not, Prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me. Though you may find my game rather rudimentary, I only began after my arrival here. What's that piece? A dog with 3 heads? Interesting that so many characters in this game have a chess motif, as well as Edgeworth himself, with his logic chess. The dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles. All doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules and the regular pieces. Can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chess, then, sharing moves by post? Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. So is he playing chess with Bishop? Wow, that's a late first. I love it. Sounds like his current opponent isn't a resident here. I suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Canis. His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. You keep your ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. Why am I not surprised he's plugged into the prison's information network? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter. Attempted assassination? Wait. For Zhang Fa? Did Mr. Knight protect him? Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader and that there was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up the fake assassination? Whoa, whoa, whoa there, cowboy. You're saying the Bronxster didn't actually have a pop at the prez? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder. You mean, you don't know what really happened? So what, they just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight? It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course, they took you off the case to try and keep you away. And swapped in that wiener kid to push in through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this Knight, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination. Which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. I'm no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say one thing. I know for a certainty that he would not have been the first inmate imprisoned on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmet, yes it is, yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth. No bastion of truth, huh? I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. Shilong, yeah. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that the courts produce nothing but falsities? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. I was never able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. Even Helmet understands, don't you, Helmet? Yes, you do. The truth's revealed in court and your deductions, it is dangerous to trust either implicitly. Famous! Hello, Mr. Famous. Famous, take our survey. I don't know if you saw it on our Discord yet. Famous, take a little peek if you can. It'll help me out just a little bit. Even drag the warden along, with his taste for me lingering unspoken in the air. Not those two again. Prosecutor Winner and Judge Gavell. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison, and still failed to find what they were looking for. Oh, no worries, Famous. No worries, no worries, no worries. Well, that posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now? I wonder why Gavel and Winter are hanging out together. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmet will show you out. Good boy, Helmet. Go on now. He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. Until next time, Mr. Canis. It does pain me that our brief time must end just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, she climbed up like a monkey. That's the best hiding spot she could find. It's alright, Kay. You can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast. Fender, Fender, Fender. You and I will continue the investigation. And I know just where to start. His body was found in a prison workshop. But he was presumably being detained in one of the detention centers. So how did he wind up on the other side? Let's start by investigating the holding cells. What about Mr. Fender? I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready. Sure, but he's kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well. The victim's cell is just over here. I have just about had it. Who's that? Warden Lagarde. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. He's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. Guess a killer for hire was always gonna be a tough nut to crack. A killer for hire? Oh. Couldn't help but overhear, Warden Lagarde, but were you talking about Mr. Canis? My, you were listening. How very gauche of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know. Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional tete-a-tete. That's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. Your office? How sweet he's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. Kiki! Hello, Kiki, but FYI, don't let anyone wander in willy-nilly. Let's see. This would put it right around here. Hehe, it's a wonderful room if I say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden and the room? Ooh la la. The yard. If it's anything like the rest of the place, it's probably full of adorable animals, right? Can I see? Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest. But I'm afraid it's not possible. Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. Oh, but just listen to me chattering away. It's time for Ally's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying. Ally? The sweetest little dear in all the world. Not to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings. Kiki, how's your week been treating you? I know it just started. I want to ask her more about Canis, but she's already dominated that conversation. Let's go investigate the victim's cell. Wow, was this Knight's cell? Okay, we'll say Edgeworth. Without Mr. Fender around, this is gonna get a little sketchy for you if you get caught by Winter and the judge. Hey, happy birthday! Happy 32nd birthday! How are you celebrating it? Nice to have you in here on your birthday. Hello. When do you think he was brought in? We had him the evening of the 25th. And then at some point he wound up in the prison proper, but how? It's a sweet jacket. I must scour the scene and inspect anything. Night suit jacket. What have you discovered? I've discovered the guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. But don't worry, guys in frilly neck ruffles are next to my research. Oh, thank you, Kirito. That's sweet of you. That's very sweet of you, Kirito. Can we take a second to salute both Kirito and also Kiki for her birthday? The newspaper was torn out. Yeah, how did you spend it today? Did you have a full day today? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell but didn't have a cleaning cloth. Very dusty in here. Oh, and Cito, yo! 29 months! We're approaching 30, that's crazy. Weirdly clean. Why would somebody only do the part next to the bed, though? It doesn't look very comfortable, but that pillow's very clean. I bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it, can't you? More of a mattress on the floor type. Okay, steak and cheesecake sounds delicious. It's a shame we gotta... It's a shame that we always have our jobs. A steak cake. I'm thinking like a hamburger patty, but... Honestly, a cake shaped like a cake would be kind of interesting. A cake shaped like a steak. What's a menu doing in here, Mr. Edgeworth? They're able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. They can afford it, that is. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Bear in mind that people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard a time as everyone else? And I wind up defending the practices of the detention system. Cake-shaped cake. Imagine that, y'all. Imagine a cake-shaped cake. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. What if you used, like, cream cheese or butter as the frosting of a steak cake? I mean, that'd be kind of a lot, but... You should plug your eBay page. Tune, are you making fun of me, or do you actually have an eBay page? What's a chess diagram? Visual representation of a game of chess. Closely fought contest. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration. Ah. Same as Mr. Canis.
Eureka!
This chess game, I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat. We're supposed to be investigating. I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Take a look at this. It's a chest that we saw in Mr. Canis' cell. No worries. Happy birthday. Thanks for popping in a little bit, Kiki. That was really sweet of you. Compare the one in Mr. Canis' cell. Did you notice anything? I don't know which piece is worth anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares. Honestly, Famous, I think Kirito is coming on the 9th too, so I'm just gonna have to entertain the two of you. No problem, right? I can have two of you guys around, because Kirito is coming in on the 9th as well. You guys are definitely gonna help me prep, I'll tell you that. But yes, coming on the 9th is still fine. You will just be at my house instead of the Airbnb. Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight. Mr. Canis had a connection. So I guess he got hired to do a hit job in prison. Here's my guess. Canis got hired to do a hit job in prison, and Lagarde, because he's got a special relationship with the warden, somehow she got paid, or she got... I don't think she's a bad person necessarily, but she definitely was an accessory in the murder, in allowing a little bit of leeway to get that kill. That's what I think. I'm calling that. That's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll laugh tomorrow, an anthology. Understanding animal emotions. Second chance at life. Interviews with a former prisoner. I like the list one. 200 Days of Freedom, an escape story. Making money while serving time. This facility had more deeply rooted problems than I thought. Ooh, look at that camera. Wait, this is so funny. Wait, gang, look at this. I have pretty much the exact same shape of camera. Hold up, y'all. Okay, well, I've got a yellow post-it note on it, but my camera right here, my second camera, looks basically the same. I have this exact camera, wow. A security camera! A thief's greatest enemy. Hey there, Gar, nice to see you. Welcome on in here. Very thief-friendly. Guard, I'd like you to retrieve footage from the security camera. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Okay, how did Eustace Winter and the judge not come here yet? A standard barred window. No signs of it having been tampered with. And Silver, nice to see you, Silver. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene. Okay, now I'm kind of curious if that logic does check out. Oh, the newspaper got used to wipe the floor. This part of the puzzle has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice. Who knows, but we can certainly imagine what was used to do the wiping. Why wouldn't he just ask a guard? Nicely done, nicely done. Yo, reload finale. Have you played the original Gara? How do you think the finale held up? Cabo, you probably have an answer to that too. We made significant progress by establishing a connection. This is bad, sir. The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor. The dog? Was that... That black thing is that dog, right? Yeah, Knight was actually attacked in his holding cell. I hope this is the right holding cell.
Take that!
Right in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis' dog. And if this is where Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on new significance? The blood. Stab wound to the throat. Wait, is that right? Probably this being... It could be this that was being used to wrap the body up?
Take that!
I guess not. Knight was in fact killed here, and one of the pieces of evidence we found here takes on... that we found here, okay. Ooh! Maybe that was the bloody body? The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that have been his blood? Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Have the cell tested for traces of blood. Boy, he's definitely overexerting himself here. I don't think the judge is going to be happy. We cannot go over to Canis just yet. We still don't know how they move between the cell and the prison. What's the play, coach? What are we up to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby. Silver, how's your day been? It seems like it's been a lot cooler in Texas. Whoa, he's back! Thanks for the tour, later. I can't believe it. I'm actually kind of surprised. Well, I'm not, because Edgeworth brought him up in the past, so he kind of foreshadowed him, but wow. Well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. He's probably here for his boss, the president. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. Thought I'd gone back home to Zhangfa, but here he is. He had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Hee hee, first a black hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today? That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. Here you're at it a couple of days back, sticking her nose into things. A couple days back? Ah, he means the incident with the president of Zhangfa. Actually, I thought you might have been there as well. Heh, our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their job right. This is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his own hand-picked cream of the crop. No doubt things would have turned out much differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah. Those guys aren't around anymore. What? True, they're not. It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. Haha. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you. Doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor. Wow, he seemed not okay. Yes, and I would very much like to know why, but there's nothing we can do about it now. Hey, happy almost birthday, Gara. Have fun. Episode I guess on your birthday. Alright, let's start by talking to these guards. Just wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? If I had, well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here. Now, Kay, you shouldn't know. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. Well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. Ooh, someone stole a uniform. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't call it the answer. I mean, I guess episode I guess is more descriptive of what it is. Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you, Gara. I hope you enjoyed the finale. Cobbled, I'm assuming that you beat Reload. How did the Reload ending feel compared to the original ending? Hey, my faithful assistants. Fender, and where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for YouTube and searching high and low. Wandering lonely. Lonely. Is that how you spell that? Lonely? But the prison's on the other side of the facility, boss. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Seamless. Chatting with a few of the guards, and they told me something très intéressant. Turns out the Bronxter himself had a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. Oh, is that right, Kwanzaa? Did not know that. Episode Igus in Japan. Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they'd wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard and was handcuffed. They made it back and the guard was taking off his cuffs when the Bronxter clobbered him, knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. Because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any other rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? There's the old fries, the old noggin. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. The guard who was struck. What did he have to say? 68 degrees? Oh. Yeah, and I'm with you too, Kwanzaa. I honestly didn't really care for the answer that much. In P3 Fest. Although I do like the music that plays. What is that? What is that music called? When you fight your teammates. Which command famous? Weather? Try it. Oh no, I guess not. I need someone to remind me to fix that. Wow, it's these two. Are they gonna reprimand us for doing investigations? Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense, you're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavel, great to see you again. I know who you are. You're Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not, I'm totally cool either way. You can't blame Fender for wanting to hug Mommy Judge. I'd want to give her a hug as well. Now, did I hear you correctly that Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain. It's not a problem if I'm getting paid, if I'm not getting paid though, correct? Exactly, what he said. Mouse here's just a volunteer. We're all about that pro bono stuff here at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward, the goddess would surely approve. Yeah, I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask out the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That information is on a need. Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavel. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. There will be no need for that. Eustace, we should... Now, Gavel, watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me. I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will, so badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. Oh, that's nice. Transferring a compendium is a nice thing. Heartful Cry, yes, that's the song. Wait, this music. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple, simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winning, conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner. Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavelle is silently thinking over there. I love this music. This is so funny. I guess it's time to just press him on everything.
Hold it!
I'm just checking, but you do know who it was that you arrested, correct? Eh? Some kind of joke? Of course I know who I arrested. It was Simeon Saint. Good to know he remembers that much, at least. I had rock-solid grounds for arresting him, first-rate reasons. Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed. Hold on, I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you beat in court, but it won't work on me. Oh! The evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace. Damning is right. It was on the strength of that evidence that I decided to arrest him. I like the way that he backed up. Why does it keep this song?
Hold it!
Oh. Evidence of him was all over what thing? Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hoped even you could put 2 and 2 together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist, I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint. Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust. No, by all means, please do. They are such an interesting team.
Hold it!
Mega Mage, I'm so with you. He's so smug. His name is Eustace Winner, which I think is like a useless winner. Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics. The fingerprints are certainly a problem. But then that chess set was... Should take another look at the evidence. Who saw the truth first? Well, that was kind of vague and really hard to follow. Perhaps I'd better start by teaching him how to properly express himself. Mr. Saint's fingerprints were on the victim's chess set.
Objection!
So the fingerprints on the chess set are the ace up your sleeve. The what up my what? Oh, yes, the chess set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual. Only your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought the chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. The way that he looks like such a dunce. That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. Hey, thank you, Sword Saint. Nice to see you, man. What have you been playing recently? In Moscow. Premature. The incident took place here within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Oh! Oh! Now what? I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just work out what that word means? Sure identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much everyone else, and I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence too. Quick on the draw, you see. But hasty, not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was... Eustace. Judge Gavel. Butt out, Gavel! I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you'd like to hear it. Yes, of course, that. Well remembered, Gavel. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Thank you, Calbo. Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Gavel deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? I agree, she's getting real sus. Okay, there we go. Some actual music. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think, anyway. Oh, is that an exclamation mark on his hair? A question mark and an exclamation mark? And since the only prints we found on the chess set belonged to the victim, I'd say it's blindingly obvious he brought the weapon in and out and used it, wouldn't you? I've always wanted to play Crisis Core. I wonder how the remake is, or the remaster. Another winning deduction, brought to you by winner Eustace, prosecutor extraordinaire. More like one winner, one useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me. But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside a chess set? Yeah, good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard. Kids. There's nothing in here but chess pieces. That laugh is really something. Seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somehow. Oh, Sid with your kiddos. What kind of homework is it? There's plenty of room in there. Indeed, more than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, no. The killer snuck the weapon in by... Ha! Ha! What do you mean, ha? Let me finish, will you? This guy is so funny. I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner, or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center was outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah, and... The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through one another on our way to the prison itself. Oh, uh-huh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right, of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility. Which would seem to blow a rather large hole into your reasoning, Mr. Winner. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in regard. Hey, Aunt Funny, nice to see you. Math. What grade of math? Oh no. Very good. Thank you, Gavel. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. A metal blade, you say, and do you have any evidence to support this? Ah, you mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third-rate? The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck, and it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt. It appears they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Yeah, lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know.
Hold it!
The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no, I mean, some of the prisoners used scissors to cut the animal's hair, and that avenue of enquiry was conscientiously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace. Yes, only one bladed object had been signed out of a single prisoner. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Sott was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison. From these two facts, I concluded the weapon must have come from the outside.
Hold it!
Outside? What does that mean exactly? Ha! The opposite of inside, you numbskull! Was that an attempt at clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. I love how competent Edgeworth is. What Eustace means to say is that it was brought in from outside the prison by Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought. The feeling's mutual, believe me. Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is how. And look at that, an exclamation mark like this.
Hold it!
But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard. I'm curious, Mr. Winter, do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? It's, well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with this claim? They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. Okay, maybe I'm not ready for this. The murder weapon isn't somewhere inside of the prison. Oh, because they literally searched for it. That's funny. I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winter. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough. You, the so-called winning rookie. Stop making fun of me! Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin? I'll thank you to leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you too, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possible— you're so right, Kits. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked, obviously.
Objection!
But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't have possibly taken the weapon out of the prison with them. Prisoners allowed on maybe this? The door sensors?
Take that!
Okay, guess not. Whose the weapon could have been taken out of the prison?
Overruled!
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, do not waste our time. Pixar's chess. That is definitely such a famous one. Couldn't be removed from the prison. The route it would have taken. So it wasn't the doors, though? I thought I just did that.
Take that!
Ah. More memory trouble, Mr. Winter. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? It would certainly seem that way. There was a security gate at each of the entrances. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Oh wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So as you can see, there is no way anyone could have taken a weapon through both gates. And therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left the building. Yeah! In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom. We couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you're looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gavell, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. Let's show the video.
Take that!
This is footage taken from a security camera. Now watch it for yourselves and see. What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, it is certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there was no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gavell, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence, but it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself. She's right, there is one major problem with my version of the events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates, how did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Ow! How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? The truth is, I don't know yet. Ha! Of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned. But, wait! There's still so much more to explore! Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session in the first place. Once again, this court is a... We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just as we don't know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells. You can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how we could have committed to a crime in the place he had no access to. Judge Gavell, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison. Haha. You wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well. They actually have something? Now seems like a good time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case. What's she building up to here? Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer. A what? Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus, how it is? Oh, don't be so silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was very important. Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. Yeah, Psychopath, you're right, Mega Mage. The circus came to visit. So you see it now, I assume. As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of the show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. Ugh! She held onto that fact until the last possible minute. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterward did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. Put out, Gavel. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share? That must be why she steered him onto a different topic. Yeah, gotcha good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor? This has nothing to do with you. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. Your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense. Thank you for your concern. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish. Now do try to remember that two jobs are not one and the same. And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Ugh! Now I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So Simeon lied to us. Not just you two, guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, whoa, whoa! You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Milesy boy? Sure, Judge Gavel's a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can't just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said, and that goes for associates, too. You're right, Sid, he actually does look like a catchy. Don't worry, Fender, I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. Yeah, he does look like an catchy one. Oh! I definitely meant to save. Okay, good. Nachito! You know, I just realized, is your name a combination of nachos and Cheetos? I don't think I've ever actually asked him that, Cheeto. The Very Big Circus. You withheld information from me. Why? Eep! I didn't want anything. I didn't mean to withhold anything. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean, yes, I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Eep! Oh, it could be a small nacho, or you just made it up. I do like the name. Like a little tiny set of nachos. What looks so suspicious, me being a performer. and being friends with Bronco. But if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even UK. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? Oh, man. Could someone in chat help maybe fill in Nachito a bit? It's a lot to talk about. Well, basically, Edgeworth is working with this defense attorney to continue this investigation because he's being threatened to have his badge removed for continuing to be on this case. I'm an animal tamer, kind of. Okay, an animal tamer in this prison is actually really interesting. Lions, tigers, bears, oh my! I work with this little guy. Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders? Hey! Now, money, I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. Wait, this is for... This man is Ratatouille! Something tells me it's the organ grinders being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you from... Yeah, even more Pixar. I was told the truth. The circus really is a company. We have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you could call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's the head of the animal taming department. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature fender. Oh, Mega Mage. These games are really great. I like them a lot. They're really, really great. They do have the best. Hey, Salutary Kitten. Nice to meet you. Jacob, they do have the best animations. They do a great job with expressiveness and everything. Wasn't that big of a job to do. She's normally the one, usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set? Started working on setting up the stage. It was so hard, I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room. And Knight's body was found immediately. This feels very important. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? Oh, look at that, see no evil? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even little Winter here couldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when we were both of us all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want someone to talk to, so I just had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while, I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Oh, this is Speak No Evil. Okay, this is clever. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. It's just like me, you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. For real, for real. Oh, no worries, Sid, thank you. There was nobody else nearby when he went to see him. No, the other holding cells were empty and I didn't see any guards. Yeah, well, someone must have seen you or you wouldn't have been in here. Oh, no. I messed up bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least I imagine that would be Winter and Judge Gavel's thinking. And isn't it amazing that these animations originated on a DS? Obviously, they've upscaled them, but... See someone in the yard, tell them I'm sorry. Sure thing, Simeon. Oh, Simeon is like a monkey, a simian. That's really clever. That's really clever, actually. That's true, kitten. I guess only Hobo Phoenix is the dad. We all know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. I guess Manfred von Karma, as weird as that is to say. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we will leave you, and we will get you out of here. Oh. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. Can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? Heh. From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, me bucko. This guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. Didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come earlier this year, Fender. That's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No, thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, huh. Bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief's galleon for the dread pirate K. Yar, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. But I like that he's into it like that. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Look at Edgeworth playing along. Ooh, it's open. Salutary kitten, which Ace Attorney game is your favorite and which case is your favorite? And they don't have to be the same, they don't have to be from the same game. Eddie Fender is a defender. That's funny. Eddie Fender. The circus performing was taking place. Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Oh! Salutary kitten, 2-4 is my favorite case too, and that's a great reason to have that be your favorite game. Oh man, I've heard such good things about this game. I don't know any spoilers, so yeah, just obviously just a warning to everybody, please be careful with that. But people have said this game is like phenomenal, like people who have played the fan translations. Eek! Okay. Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Cease and desist, you beast! Ah, somebody, ow, help me! I like that Edgeworth instantly went to his finger point. Yeah, 2-4 is amazing. That's fair, and it's funny that we get a little more circus action. Wait, is it Regina? It's Regina! We were just... What? Aw, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Wait, is that Regina? Your elephant nearly ate me. Oh my gosh, it is. No way, she'd never do a thing like that. Isaiah doesn't even bite. At least not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh? How'd you like meeting a real-life elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have some fun, right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. I love that these are all characters that Edgeworth has never interacted with. He never was in Case 1-1. Francisco was in charge of this. This is actually really fun that he has no relationship with them. Yeah, what did you think of the upscaling in Zero and ZX, Mega Mitch? Ah, keep your trunk to yourself. Hee hee, oh, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney, Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. Self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. Honestly, Kitten? That's tough. My favorite overall is really hard. Oh my gosh, that's actually really hard. I have to stop and think about that a little bit, because I can probably name favorite cases sooner than I can name favorite games. Honestly, it's probably Trials and Tribulations, because it just has such a good, like, other than the, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the animal taming department, Showbiz division, Berry Big Circus. I love Mia's case in that game. I love both of her cases, and I love the final case. And seeing young Edgeworth is so great. So I probably I feel like the third game has the highest proportion of cases that I really love. So much for whipping me into shape. Okay, Professor Layton is fun too. I wish that game, I wish it were more impactful, but that's a fun one too. Yeah, 3-5's insane. That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit. That's one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer, I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. Cowboy, you are so right. Like, the fact that the first case in this game was so good, and this one has been pretty fun too. It feels like there's not a lot of filler, which is fun. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Is that right? I kind of feel that, Kitten. I really feel that in this game. Just based off these first two cases, you know? Sore need of information in addition to evidence. We should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Which I guess would be Regina. This must be the stage for the show. A great thieving show. I'm sure the police will be very eager to attend. Let's talk to her again. Dual Destinies definitely has the best soundtrack. I can agree with that. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. My dad founded the Berry Big Circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. Look at all these dead dads. We have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus better and bigger than before. He's such a nice man. And he was my good friend. He was a good friend of my dad's, too. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Berry Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And it's not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Azia. Or Asia. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly. I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose that's a first for everything. And who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Ooh, what animal do you think that is, Mr. Edgeworth? Given us that it's a circus, perhaps a lion? Good night, you and funny. I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That's certainly lowered the stakes. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Asia and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Asia and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So Mr. Saint was more than the little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon, it'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Can you tell me anything about how you set up things for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near the well, though. A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. Pokemon Black and White. Tell me more, Mega Mage. What makes you think of that? Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard, and there was some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. What's happened if I showed my badge? For me? Oh, thank you very much. I didn't say you could have it. It would be fun to see that circus act. An elephant and a tiger falling in love. Okay, where's that well at? A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Someone with a bunch of tools lying around. A long piece of rope and a heavy-looking weight. This looks just like the other setup. Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight? Ah, come on. It's not like I was gonna take anything. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? Oh, there's Science! Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir, and how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sotz. Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I've come to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible. I know, Salutary Kitten, I freaked out when I saw Frank. All the cameos really get me. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Sot you see before you was a changed man. A changed man who now targets the recently deceased. No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. You're right, Mega Mage. Do you want to see something kind of funny? As a thief. So you can see I have a shiny new bracelet now. So the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Wait, where are we? Wait, I thought, okay, maybe I can't do it mid-game. Maybe I have to save. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick. Wait, how do I save? Oh, here we go. Yeah, maybe I have to be on the main screen to do this. Let's see. Oh, I quit the game. I didn't mean to hard quit it, but I guess I did. Whoops. Oh, that's fun that the background changes. Yeah, look at that. If you were interested, I just wanted to show you for a little bit. We can go straight Nintendo DS pixels. Wait, did it work? Wait. Is it only in the investigating, maybe? Okay, yeah, it's only in... Okay, only in the investigating. Look at these crunchy pixels. Yeah, so I guess they still use the upscaled artwork when you talk to people. But look how very crunchy. Whoops. Anyway, that's all I wanted to do. I'll go back to the title. Gosh, these remixes are so good too. Alright. Straight and narrow prisoner. Not that a real prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Even skipped the show to focus on your training. That's right, only 2 inmates were absent, Sod and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who talked to him even if they didn't want to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes. Anything you need, he can get it for you. But how's he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. Works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on all the prisoners here. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. That's the rubber glove I dropped! Yeah, you're right, Mega Midge. It's fun to have the original sometimes. Well, of course! That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack when the incident happened. Around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got and the darker things got. There's no trance quite like the trance one ends when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, I am. I wonder if we should talk to Fender. Asian elephant named Asia. You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. It's just that she respects you, I guess. Danger, high voltage. Yeah, you're right, Mega Mage, you're right. I remember that as I was playing it, gosh, probably like 2 years ago. Oh yes, Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window. Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard. Given how protective the Warden seemed to be of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff out. There she is. Regina Cupcake. Oh, Warden Lagarde. I've been simply dying to sit down with you and chat, you exquisite little thing. Do you mind if I ask a little bit about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful and utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly? I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals, if anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It is nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Well, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. It's alive, Jacob. Which actually, I kind of think that her ferret is the one in the video. Except when it's rifling through dead man's pockets. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer. What, and your other model prisoners don't do that? Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy, so try to be nice to him, won't you? Lord, soaring music, loud leaping animals, and everyone that comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see. Circus being held in a jail, yeah. With lions and tigers and bunnies and... But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. This girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet, I could gobble her right up. That woman just kissed a ferret. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you, you let me know. Okay, so maybe it's not a ferret then. It could actually be a fox then. Or like a weasel. Not a lemur. A weasel? I don't know, do you guys... Or a mink or something? I don't know. Anyone have any idea what this animal is? That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched it enjoyed it too. I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. Trust me, Canis saw it. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend? Yeah, fox makes sense, because foxes get skinned for their fur sometimes, right? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody. But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it? Indeed, as far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sant were the only ones not present. Who was the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? Maybe it was Bishop? Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina. I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Yikes! Alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweets. Hey, 2%, nice to see you. We're enjoying Ace Attorney. Oh, she's so pretty, and what a cute name. Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy. These two were made for one another. Looks like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison. Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be. Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Ooh, finally caught up. I like that Edgeworth, or I'm sorry, Gumshoe has two themes. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere. No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message, sir. So you searched the victim's cell? Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something. Yeah, it proves the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet. Thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood. They're on it as we speak. Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. I love that even Edgeworth is, like, surprised by Gumshoe. Anyway, that's the proof that the murder happened. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. How can I do 2%? Till the kid and his chaperone got here, we got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. What games are you playing? Secret weapons? That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. Oh, wait, is this just like... Wait. Are we gonna get Missile the dog? If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. So it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2. Yeah! Missile! Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine! Yes! He can track pretty much every scent you find in front of him. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis' dog. And now for secret weapon number 3. Where'd I put it? Ah! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happened to have it with me is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. That's, all she wrote, sir. Gummy! You're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. What do you think? What do you think I call them a secret? A guy can't just go sharing them all at once. That's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? Missile! Yes, Jacob, in the very first game, Missile, the dog, is part of it. Hey, Missile, you're a boy! He really came! Yes. Oh yeah, from Ruby, yeah. We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis' dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. Oh, Ghost Trick has a missile too. I have yet to play Ghost Trick, and I really should. That's funny that he had a real-life dog named Missile. I didn't know that, Salutary Kitten. What a good boy. Does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe. Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile, got a nose full. Here we go. Follow that dog. That's the way to... He's headed for maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in. Then we'll just have to follow after him. That's true, Kyle, but I will eventually get to it. That's a good point. This is Canis' cell. But the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh, looks like maybe he is. What's that, boy? Is there something here? Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Cookies? Rice crackers. Oh, this is maximum security, not maximum comfort. You want to talk about JoJo references? How about Baki references? Complaining isn't gonna help. Oh, the bell. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one. What about the bell? Am I gonna notice the bell, you guys? Okay. Your favorite game ever? Number one, even over the Ace Attorney game, Salutary? That's high praise. Because I love the Ace Attorney games, and some cases are so dramatic and awesome. But if you're telling me Ghost Trick is even better than that... Mr. Canis' chess set. Not a chess set, it's a whole chess table with legs. Yeah, Salutary, just like our mod Cabal said, I'm playing through I'm gonna slowly play through every single DS game and make like reviews and videos on them for YouTube. So I will definitely get through eventually. Woof woof! What's the matter, boy? Wait. Is this cake what you were after? Woof woof woof! Whoa, down boy! Stop that! No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring of you both to assume the food and the poison is safe to eat. So anyway, it looks like it really was cake Missile was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. Suppose we get our just desserts. Or just desserts. The little guy's definitely capable, right? Ah, he sure is. That was just a blip. I'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy! Ooh, and it's a good time travel story. Yeah, good time travel when done well is amazing. I hate that there are so many like poor time travel stories, but the best ones are really top tier. Yeah, and so obviously I started with the letter A, so Ace Attorney Edgeworth was the first game I played. That and Apollo Justice, actually. Whatever it is, it's in here. Mr. Carcerato's cell. Let's take a look inside. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerato, still in solitary? Came back a little while ago. Guess we must be on work duty. Look at this guy. What is the most relevant stuff here? No way, he's got a poster of himself. Looks like he never lost the habit of making weight for a fight. Once a boxer, always a boxer, I suppose. Muscle protein, hustle protein, soul crushing protein. How many minutes do you think this timer's for, Mr. Edgeworth? He's a boxer, so 3 minutes would be my assumption. Same as the length of a round in boxing. Zzz. Correct answer is maybe kind of 2 minutes. Why does it hurt so much when she's right? That's interesting that he has dog food in here. It says Teddy in extremely poor handwriting. The tire belongs to the bear. Oh, that's right. I forgot he's got a little bear. Yeah, Kitten, if you had to name a favorite DS game that maybe isn't an Ace Attorney game, what would you say? Chess, golf, flute practice. Did you have any friends? Why would you even think to ask that? Well, that's the warden. Nobody wants to beat up the warden? That's kind of funny. I'm surprised they give the prisoners heaters. They're usually unusually kind or unusually careless. Yeesh, I hope his furry friend can deal with the heat. Ooh, I know 999 and I love 999. Woof woof. Hey, what breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer. No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside. I love 999. That's a great game. Have you played the other ones too? Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma. I have not played Zero Time Dilemma, but I love the other two. Whoa there, wait, Missile! I'm going into. Oh, Kwanzaa, Hotel Dusk. Oh. Amazing game. Amazing game. The writing is so good. Sir, I'll go get her. Oh, that's tight. Should've hit that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. That is a huge discovery. So atmospheric. Amazing script. You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center. The detention center. I've yet to play Rhythm Heaven. I really should. Eventually, yeah. How about Elite Agents? That's another fun rhythm game. Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. You know, Flower, Sun, and Rain is a game that I know of only because of Suda and because it's like one of the most expensive DS games. I think it's a port of a PS2 game. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. The floorboards were torn up. Wow. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. Good job, Missile! What a good boy. The corridor connecting the detention center is locked by heavy rain. Or heavy security. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be? The scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through the tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Look at that. Were they digging out with cutlery? Yeah. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints even, from a dog, perhaps. Good old Kay with her handy camera. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. Mr. Carcerado has certainly been making use of this tunnel. So, Kitten, here's my theory, and I said this a little earlier. You can call me Demi, by the way, or Scott Master's fine, too. Here's my theory. My theory is that the warden had to have known about this. I think she's getting paid off by someone, some organization that wants to silence Knight. I believe that Canis was the actual killer with his dog. But the warden is definitely, definitely abetted him, because she gives him a lot of, like, privileges and things. And the fact that they wanted Knight to die before he could go to trial, and that they, locked him up for not even the correct crime, I think is all very suspicious. So these are my ideas. Don't confirm for me. Don't even tell me yes or no, please, because I don't want nothing. But, you could just be like, that's interesting. Ah, nuts. The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carcerado, but after a thorough investigation... Did he actually get away? He was nowhere to be found. He actually escaped. So maybe Carcerado was part of it if he dug that tunnel for them. I mean, certainly Carcerado was very suspicious with that tunnel, too. We finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility. Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different Warden Lagarde, the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. He may have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the... Oh my gosh, Ashley! Holy cow! You're not suggesting you simply walk through it. What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, there was no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing your investigation? How are you? So nice to see you. And you three can get back to your posts. Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell. What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They've identified the blood and it's Knight's. Haha, nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel, a dog that clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in the cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis, oh darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected to on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. Yeah, I feel like Canis basically got a directive to kill the man. The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend him a hand myself, you know. He's not working, ma'am? Even with the evidence he borrowed? No, and I've tried so many times I lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. You're sweet, Ashley. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled this secretive scoundrel into my office. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself? That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. Ooh-wee! And I thought things couldn't get any spicier. I love our little entourage. How are you? Are you back in Georgia? Are you finished with the bout of traveling? Judge Gavel, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again, and yet here you are. I'm sorry that you thought I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. I do. I promised I'd be back to prove you were the killer, and here I am. This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions. Only he could have moved Mr. Knight. Sid the Kid, I mean, considering he's an assassin, I feel like, But first a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs on the balance. What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation! Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk to put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth. Sir! I accept your terms. I am confident in my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth and Company, and I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. You know, great question, Mega Man. First of all, Ashley, that's sweet of you to say. I'm glad you found it. It's mostly Mega Man now, but I have been working hard on making DS videos. Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel. Oh, wow. We're actually intimidating the cross-examining the judge. So Mega Mage, most Ace Attorney games do have a courtroom. These investigation games don't. They're basically entirely investigation and like debating. But this gameplay mode right here with cross-examinations and witness testimony, this is very much the heart and soul of Ace Attorney. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled into one of the prison workshops. Figures she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to the cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found. This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage if he did at all. So it's still possible he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There was really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break. That's so cool. Mr. Carcerado, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I had to step up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon. That wasn't a compliment. I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Oh, hey, Daniel. Yeah, or Salutary Kitten. Nice. Kind of like that we switch between testimony investigations. Yeah. Definitely flows better. That's true. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable. Although I admit I do miss the courtroom. Something about the atmosphere of the courtroom is really, you know, even if this is like very similar gameplay, something about it, you know. You are aware of the incident. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, he stopped by. So Mr. Knight stole out of his cell. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid. These seem to be the most interesting. We'll press these more. I take it you believe Mr. Saint had intention to break Knight out with the cage. I do, and we know that he brought the cage with him on his visit. Because in addition to the evidence, he himself has testified to doing so. So his trip to Knight's cell with the cage really is what made him the lead suspect. Yes, but Simeon, he's just absent-minded. He probably forgot he even had a cage with him. Mr. Saint dragged an enormous cage all the way to the holding cells out of absent-mindedness. Mr. Saint dragged an enormous cage in order to help someone escape. Which of these interpretations sounds more logical? That's a great point, Gabelle. I like her a lot. Gurk indeed, as it is a fact that Mr. Saint took a little detour to the cell. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on their reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there was a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. Shagraz, this is a judge. Her name is something Gavelle. She's like, and she's kind of religious. He stole the option. He chose the option most likely to succeed. Yeah, she's great. I love her. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere. Then she waited for an opportune moment to present himself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding the keys. This has been proven already. This is the evidence that proves that Knight didn't have the keys. Okay, we're gonna stop and think here. We gotta stop and think about this. What proves that Knight didn't have keys? Because if Knight had keys, he wouldn't have used the tunnel, right? If he had keys, he wouldn't have used the tunnel. Let's try it. Although... Let's see. Okay, I guess not. What do you think, Mega Mage? What's your idea? I have to be more careful next time. The keys themselves.
Hold it!
They don't have a cell door. Oh, that's interesting. Let's try this. He was not hiding keys.
Take that!
Ooh, Mega Mage. Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight in his cell and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it's to be such an issue. Look at her. She is not easily flustered, is she? I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated they were unable to locate them. Oh, I've never played Code Rain, Ashley. What is Code Rain like? And that's because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set. Knight's chess set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it. Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open the cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper. All with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was part of that performance. How would he even have had time to commit the murder? How indeed. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of an antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. The victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of exactly 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that window? Yes, I'm afraid so.
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well, would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? His blood on the floor.
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. The floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensic operatives.
Objection!
Heh! I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. Oh, he's talking about Gumshoe. He doesn't even notice. The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you may have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Ha ha ha. Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too! Forgive me, detective, I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. Oh. He actually cares. Edgeworth actually cares. I will answer the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell. Yeah, Code Rain. That's a more recent one, right, Ashley? However.
Objection!
Yeah. Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. Yeah, I kind of want to listen to the original one now, Daniel. I just butted in to tell you your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in a cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood off before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmet, yes, you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. Why is Canis admitting this? He's a very tidy boy, you know, never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then... La la la, I'm not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much of... Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Ooh boy. Somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer.
Overruled.
My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it.
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows that the dog could freely transport.
Take that.
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? That's a secret passageway! It was dug by one Rocco Carceredo, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled.
In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled, Mr. Edgeworth, you are out of line.
Hold it.
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. Wow, she was holding out that long. It's pretty rare to have the autopsy this late. Why do we get that? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Oh, you're right! Look at that religious-looking dog. I never noticed that, Daniel. Or will you now claim the dog used a knife instead? But that's impossible! That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection.
But the tunnel, the paw prints! What of them? Helmut is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened to cross the tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain, I myself cannot wander quite so freely. That'd be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. He sure knows how to keep a secret, and I kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Yep, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender. A handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It is not a holy relic, after all. I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Alright, I got it. Nice work, Avel. Just like we planned it. I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. Okay, she's clearly using him as such a pawn. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. Mage, yeah, I think the body is in the workshop. They just finished the autopsy, maybe. What do you think, detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gabel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs on by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client. Wow, this is so uncharacteristic of Edgeworth. Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father. In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said you changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on, it's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon, of course. There were 5 chisels in this room. They may have moved it, Mega Mage. I mean, they did say that it was like a really recent thing. That she recently got it, so it's possible the body was moved. We haven't been in that room in a long time, so. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? It would be in your best interest to concede. Evidence is everything. It may very well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade? Then where is it the guards didn't find it? Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? Huh. What if I were to tell you that I now know where the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis's chisels! What?
Overruled.
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in a cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of a crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not, in fact, have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was that we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. Mr. Canis's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job. And he could definitely have used one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You. Bodhikarma Canis, you're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on a report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gabel? Yes, we even inspected his chisels, all 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood. What about the chisel with the bell? Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide it? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing, I am rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. Heh! You've dug your own grave, Canis. You seem to have an idea where the missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave a cell of his own volition, he can only have hidden it here. On his dog.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to the dog to leave somewhere else. But that would have been far from ideal. He would have had no idea of guaranteeing where it might end up. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of.
Objection!
But I looked, I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I am certain the murder weapon is here. And that... Oh my gosh, another typo in the script. Bummer, and that's the reason. Wait, or is it a typo? And that the reason why no... No, it's not. And that the reason. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm wrong, not a typo. It exploded? I have never seen an exploding charge or even heard of that. I am so sorry, Zeta. That's crazy. Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he can make use of. It's the bell on the dog. It's actually so obvious. Wait, maybe it was a typo. Yeah, that the reason, not that. I thought it was that reason. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it. Giving up already. I expected more from you, Mr. Edgeworth. As well you should if you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today. Mr. Canis, if you would be so kind. Oh, come now. He doesn't bark because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Oh, do you have something to hide? I love that she was on board, too. If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up. And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog. What? A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace. Why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell him it's urgent. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry to hear that, though, my friend. That's wild. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected. Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Good night, Nut Cheeto. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, alright. So we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. The court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to its holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you would be so kind. Gladly. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever. Chess! Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you were suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way, he's got a contract. Yep, my work required me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake, that's not my style. I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. Chess for sure. I'll press it first, before I object.
Hold it!
You didn't know who he was. That's quite unlike you, Mr. Canis. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps you had a harder time putting me in here than I had realized, but I am no master criminal. That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You're the fixer, correct? I find it highly unlikely that a man in such a position would have no knowledge of the new detainee at all. Heh. Then you have a rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connections, yes, but I am not all-knowing. And I knew nothing of Mr. Knight. Alright, let's try this.
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, of course, you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Heh. Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. That's totally impossible! A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet, here we are. Helmet as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmet? Yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmet dragging a corpse. I had quite the shock, not the least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop? Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess, after all. You know, something that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Saw had said? That huge black dog had sunk its terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What'd you say? It was hellish, utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Saw actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon then. Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed. He was spotted. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I'm responsible for the removal of the weapon. But how would the weapon have gotten there? Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for a little longer, Mr. Canis. Fender. No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmet's neck. Have very distinctive designs, if you will. Of course, there was something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Mr. Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them so well. Your knife and an attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. I wonder if he and the killer knew each other. The knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel, an ordinary chisel. It is certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I'm the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect, and so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with it? How could I? I told you the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace! Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. All right! Sure thing. We got him! Fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's. And Mr. Canis's? Nope. Just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good. Should I get him to check again? So now the chisel got imported in by the chessboard. I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmet carried it in its mouth, that's all. Therefore, my prints must belong to whoever had it last. This is interesting. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. What do you wish to suggest otherwise? I've got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. Hold on again, give me a quick second here. I need to fix my, well, wait a second. If you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, we'll have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. You've done it now, sir. She's serious. Oh, good night to you, Sid. Give me a second, guy. I want to fix the battery of my camera. I'm gonna go BRB for just a second. What's the general dummy operation? All right, I'm back. Okay. So maybe he really was the killer. Oh, and also, wasn't there a third prisoner who wasn't around? You can do do a lot with the chisel child. Break out of prison for one.
How did it get there?
There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool with him. Maybe it really was him. Because he did bring it. Maybe he did bring in the chisel from a chessboard. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? Doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simeon in the end. We can't give up now, or ever. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. This is a very Phoenix Wright thing. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the rule I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. There was a third prisoner. I can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison.
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility. He's so Zeta slow. Wait, that's funny. Correct, but we already know that checks at one of the gates have not been entirely thorough. Namely, the guard at the entrance. Which honestly makes me suspect the warden so much more. That the warden would be like, don't check this, or... Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that the culprit was indeed Mr. Knight's. The chisel was Mr. Knight's. Oh, good night, Ash. I know it's late for you. 3 hours, right? Are you back in Georgia? Thanks for popping in here. Good night to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the one who was a culprit? But how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper. The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir! I think it might be time to show you one of my secret weapons! Introducing secret weapon number 4... Lovey. What sort of name is that? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps you might finally see that I'm telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Good night, Restream bots. Oh my gosh. Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar, perhaps I should hear him out. Nah, I can figure it out. No, I'm sure it won't be that complicated. The footage from Knight's holding cell. Of him and Cowbell. I love that. Is Toon still here? We should tell Toon we've got a cute boy. Because I love that. I gotta just give her a compliment. I love that little dancing punk. Never know when you're gonna see it. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. What in this footage seems odd? Oh, this feels very much like... Ooh! That's interesting. The devil's in the details. Okay, so we should zoom in. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to zoom in. Oh. What? Oh. I was thinking the mirror image, but maybe I could pause. No! Oh my gosh, I keep hitting the wrong button. Thank you, Ashley. That's so sweet of you. Okay, let's try it now. Wow, you can go frame by frame. The figure is reflected in the mirror here. Is that a hat? Oh, right, the stolen uniform. I forgot about the stolen uniform. Attacking a guard recently. This may not be a guard at all, but someone dressed as one.
Take that!
So who dressed as a guard? No guards have been reported being attacked by an animal. We've heard about a guard's spare uniform being taken. The person in the footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard. Someone is having to escape without being noticed. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? Ah. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. The person in the footage isn't Knight. The creature may not be a dog either. Is it that bear? Figure out who this person really is. Keep looking. Okay, something to say what the person is. Look at that. Sir, look! I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. It's a bear. That's not a dog, it's a bear. What's the paw prints from the photo I took? We're not canine, but ursine. A bear? So could that mean... Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We'd assumed it was Knight in the security footage. Well, it was a cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth?
Take that!
Wow. I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. Rocco Carcerado. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in that video is all black. Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Sodd's testimony. Wow, did he really use mud to make the dog black? Or to make the bear black so that the dog would be under suspicion? Is that actually possible? Oh, it's Rocky! That's funny. Because Rocky, like Rocco. And obviously Carcerado is like incarcerated. Okay, I didn't actually get that, Jacob. Like the Rocco part of it. Around 9 a.m., the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving the animals a mud pack treatment.
Over
polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assumption simply introduces yet another contradiction.
Objection!
When would you expect it to have been done? Zed, I know. Isn't that crazy that he's here? In the prison? Something isn't right about the footage. It really blew me aback. It blew me away. The time? Can I look at evidence? Is it simply that? Mr. Sod said he administered the treatment around 9 a.m. In which case, the security footage should also show a time around 9 a.m. However, the stamp says 6:42. The stamp. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, Mr. Sod, who was administering a mud pack, and Rocco Carcerado. I believe he had trusted the brave Mr. Sod. The bear slipped out of Mr. Sod's grasp. Mr. Sod would have been then able to leave the workshop. Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. The timestamp is 3 hours off. Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away. So the warden really did tamper with it? I'm back, sir. Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops and the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours. Toon, this is a cute boy. Look at the... Tell me this is not cute. What about a cute bear? That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed like kind of the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not have necessarily been a lie. Darlings, there you are. Okay, you know she's gonna take that jacket off at some point, huh? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerado, I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as a guard. Here is the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain the person captured on the tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might even be right here in the room with us now. Hey, Mr. Carcerado would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Even in crewmate form. Could be easily hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. The doors out of the prison don't have those sensors. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here, right now. There's the bear. It's Teddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, paws off me. Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerado? I'm almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man. A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we're to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him, with your permission, of course. Can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on then, hit me with your best shot. Highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what we were doing on the day of Mr. Knight's body. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it the day after you found the guy. But then the little guy just had to come right after me. That sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody had an off night and brought you bums down here. If somebody had an off night, you claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? I used everything I could to get my hands on sea hammers, spoons, you name it. What about this guy, too? Do you think this guy's cute? Rocco Corsorado? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Corsorado and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing?
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all your own work. Every inch. How about Canis? Is Canis cute? It's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Now that I think about it, that is an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules a con's gotta live by. I should get an Italian accent. Hey, I'm walking here. All right, there we go. I got this. Hey! I'm with you. Gumshoe is very cute. Someone the other day said I could do a good Gumshoe cosplay. I'm kind of inclined to agree with that. I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place.
Hold it!
The uniform, was that from the Fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And you were wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel. Nope. Would've got dirt on it. Had to hold onto it till I got out of the holding cell, but once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I think. Freedom beckons. And then the furball here jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. I actually got a sweater to do Phoenix's beanie better.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Oh, it was literally a piece of cake, right? Anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison. Well, why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I'd never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd be surely aware of the metal detector. The holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. I'm sure Mr. Carcerado would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make... The chisel! He would need the chisel, huh? Metal detecting. Is that right? Wait, is that right?
Hold it!
You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy? What if I could have, but all that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out of the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Foiled by the one who loves him most, it's almost tragic. It's an outside chance that they met face to face.
Hold it!
Oh, I did this one already. Yeah, because it's like, well, it's like a canine. His name's like a canine. Open the cell door should have been a piece of cake. So what is it then?
Objection!
Whoops, yeah. I guess not. Looks like he's busy chasing a fly, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, let me try again.
Hold it!
Do you think it's the keys itself, Mega? Unlike the doors in the main prison, they're locked with actual keys. Oh! Yeah, duh, the actual keys.
Objection!
Good call, Mega Mage. Good call. You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Because we make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Oh, I see what they're saying. They're saying he was an accomplice. I posit it would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake as the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you'd finally succeeded today, it was truly unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to prove an escape previously. Here are some options for cute boys. We've got Mr. Canis. Oh, okay. Mr. Canis. How about Edgeworth? Oh, I guess we don't get to see Edgeworth. I don't know that Bronco's that cute. What about Eustace Winter? Is Eustace Winter cute? Rocco. Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you saying? Could he really have... I do believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerado. He's the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard, Knight too. All to gain possession of the guard's keys. Wow. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I don't even know this Knight guy.
Objection!
Do you know what cute means? I'm teasing. I'm teasing. No. Saw it. Like he saw it, Mega Mage. Not, no, yeah. It was like, you know, it's like I saw the crime. The moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attack was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked.
Take that!
What? It says... Wait, that didn't work? Oh, it must have been his autopsy. Okay, I should have shown the autopsy. That's annoying. Okay, this is actually not even true. Because it talks about the blunt force to his head. I suffered a blow to the head. That was my thought, but... Oh, maybe not the autopsy then. So maybe it's like the rope?
Take that!
Okay, I guess not the rope either. Let's stop and think. Let's stop and think. Let's stop and think. Proof that Knight had been attacked in a cell. Oh, duh, the bloodstain. The bloodstain on the floor.
Take that!
Duh. We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor. What could possibly explain such a thing other than having him being attacked? And it was you who attacked him! You ambushed the both of them and stole his keys. What's with you? Ah, the newspaper wiped the blood up good. Ain't no way you could have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. With the blood to give up the whole game, ain't no way they don't figure out there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now hand over the keys! Right in the kisser. Right in the kisser. Nah. KO by a lousy stinking bum. Fine, you want keys? Here, hope you choke on them. Oh my gosh. Wait a moment. If Mr. Carcerado here had the keys. Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that theory cannot possibly be true. Hi! I guess this changes things up a bit, huh? Now the only person here who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about the tunnel. No! You gotta be freaking... Mr. Carcerado, you're under arrest. Come quiet. He's already under arrest. You got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked the two chumps out and I stole the keys. But after that... Oh my gosh, that guy's name was so funny. But after that, I went back to the cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even get out of my cell. Indeed, you only have the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell. But Mr. Canis's dog could. It was not you but Helmet who moved the body back from the cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerado could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took it from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerado. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody else already did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig it by yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from here to the well in the yard. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, all right. I just made good on what somebody else had already started. And what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Or maybe the animals dug it. Like to get water from the well or something. I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, kind of think of it. Wait, Toon, what about the bear? The bear is a cute boy. If he is a boy. A smell. Yeah, always smell kind of nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before? In the room. Or I guess also his body.
Take that!
Toon loves animals. She works with dogs. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced it back to its root. And with that, Mr. Carcerado, that's how we found him. Could that be the same sweet scent that you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you are the only person who could have... I'm really grasping for... Who do you think is grasping more for straws, me or Edgeworth? You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerado. Truly, Finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself, it is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me. I am glad to see we're finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been an accomplice, but not a Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr.
Hold
Knight.
it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me! Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And there was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerado had just stolen. Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists. My, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we still disagree. Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into prison proper. Aha! Then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on his body proves it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell. Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? Then how did it get down there? There was another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body have not entered the tunnel through there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. There he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis' dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait a minute. Simeon. Ah! Ah, indeed, and so you see it must have also been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gavelle is truly a formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not to the workshop. Ample time to throw the body down the well, as I'm sure you agree.
Objection!
However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Carcerado was using the tunnel around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerado, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No. Place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well, Mr. Carcerado would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Whoa, what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint still. Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I posit you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that, for the moment, I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Whoa. Whoa, what? Yikes, is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By that I mean, it's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Oh, I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. That's right, Kirito, I'm still at it. I'm still at it. I want to finish this case before going to bed. Alright, you two, back to your post. Chop, chop. And as for you, Rocco Carcerado, it's time you went back to your room. Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. Warden Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, Hey, Cordog and Fuse Hunter. Yes, I do not want to stop until we finish this case. Nice to see both of you guys. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day. Murderers, escapees, so eventful. She's getting real sus. She's being real sus. It's time our guests went home to say Betty buys, isn't it? Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden. This is an order nonsense. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. I've been great, Corn Dog. I took a break from streaming for a while, but now I'm back playing the new Ace Attorney game. Fine, at least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gavel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carcerado's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Boy, he really is walking the path of a defense attorney. Okay, maybe I do have to stop here. I mean, if we had a whole bookmark right here, this could happen. This case could go on for quite a bit longer. Well, let's see. Let's see. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday. There was another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well at some point during the show. Who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? You know, honestly, maybe we should call it there. I don't know. I thought we'd be close to finishing this case, but we might not be that close. I gotta think about this. I really not be thrown down the well. Before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer. Yeah, and this is only case number 2. This is only case number 2, and it's quite long. It's right up well. Want me to do my stuff? I'm with you, Mega Mage. I feel like if the warden is suspicious, she may have done some cleaning and tidying. lock's been broken. Anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What do you think of Mausarino? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking! Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir! Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come with you. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly will we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one more of your practical skills. I think you know the one. Ooh, little thief. Okay, I am gonna save and call it here. I think. It's just a little... I just have a feeling it's gonna take just a little too long. Yeah, thanks, Cabo. I do agree. Man, I wanted to finish this game by the week. It might actually be longer than not. Yeah, Mega Mage. So I'll tell you before we go. So in the last game, because this is the sequel to the second Edgeworth game, basically, okay. So I'll try to give you the fastest version possible. So essentially, Kay Faraday, she calls herself a great thief because her father was part of a team called the Yatagarasu, and their whole thing was breaking into places to steal evidence to make people who would not go to jail. So they were kind of like honorable thieves, right? And she inherited a device that can basically like recreate a room based on data you enter. Obviously, in the real world, that would be very, very hard to do. But you know, this is a fictional video game. So her device, Little Thief, if you input certain data, you can see a recreation of the room. So, yep, they steal the truth, just like Phantom Thieves. Anyway, yeah, it is nice that it's longer than I thought. That is kind of cool. It makes playing the case really exciting because you just don't know when it's gonna end. Like it's, you know, it could definitely keep going. So anyway, good night to you guys. Thanks very, very much for hanging out with us, especially Mega Mage, Fuse Hunter, Corndog, all of our later friends. I know that he's probably off now, but Daniel and Ashley, it was fun to see you guys too. It's great, Mega Mage. I hope to see you tomorrow, so we can finish this case up and you can see how it ends up. It's a great series, Mega Mage. I really recommend them. All the games are great, in my opinion. Very story driven, very cool. Anyway, good night to you guys. I'll see you later. We'll have some more fun with Ace Attorney tomorrow. And by the way, this whole setup is all my Ace Attorney stuff. So we've got the objection, pillow, we've got some briefcases, some really cool things. So if anyone's ever curious about that, you know, happy to answer questions. Alrighty, good night everybody. Sleep tight. Catch you later. And yeah, see you some other time. What's the general dummy operation? What's